6 kilometers on Bombo Road from Kampala, capital city. The sight of protruding buildings and sky blue glass structures sitting on 150 acres introduces you to Dei Biopharma, a state-of-the-art biopharmaceutical manufacturing plant, the first of its kind in Africa. With the idea conceived in 2013 and a zealous groundbreaking in 2018, the realization and progressive track of the Dei Biopharma has been a journey of dedication, zeal, persistence, and triumph.
When we discovered the malaria compounds, and then we took them to the US, in one of the best laboratories in the US, to do further studies on them, and they came out to be potent. They came out to be efficacious. They came out to kill malaria parasites than anything they have known to kill malaria. We are going to be the first FDA-approved facility on the African continent, whereby we've set up a facility that meets all international standards. FDA,
made in biomedical consultants from USA and Europe.
We are just completed our generic area plant, and now we are going to qualification. And second, in generic area we will produce tablet and capsule only, and second phase we are going to
machinery and technology GMP standards with with all process equipment purchased from the USA and all utility equipment, HVAC system and clean rooms procured from Italy. Dei Biopharma has really set the bar high.
Because one thing is very much vital role to the organization standard. Everybody follow the strictly of rules regulation of GMP compliance, because we are making life-saving drug.
With a 10 megawatt power plant, Dei Biopharma has a reliable source of energy to the environment.
we have an effluent wastewater treatment that we got from Europe. Discharge, because the plant has been gotten from Europe, to make sure that we conform with international standards of making.
Dei Biopharma strives to be Africa's largest pharmaceutical manufacturing facility and the only biological and efficient vaccines, providing a solution that will lead research and manufacturing of traditional medicines to serve Africa and humanity.
Because of these machines here to make sure that the perfect granules for the drugs has been made and the fluidization of the drug is dried very perfectly and give us the perfect.
We all import 85% of products on average in Africa. Our import bill for medicines and drugs is almost 85%. Now, what's going to happen is that because we've now brought in the technology to make these products in Africa for the first time, and what we are setting up here, we have capacity to make essential drugs that our people in Africa need. And because of that, we expect to create so many jobs. The first will be to make those essential drugs. Then our next plan is to make APIs. Because you know that Africa, we import 99.9% API. Nobody is making API. What are APIs? APIs are active pharmaceutical ingredients. Nobody is making APIs in Africa. So we have that component that we're going to be making APIs here for the first time in Africa.
Dei Biopharma's niche is in discovering new compounds for drugs, producing all types of life-saving medicines of high quality and selling them at low costs to Africans and the world at large.
We are looking at WHO registration, FDA registration, and we are going to be selling a number of products across Africa. We do have over 50 molecules in regulation that we're registering with our local authority, the National Drug Authority. And these span from anti-malarials, anti-cancers, even even vaccines and drugs that treat emergencies. We are looking at more than 50 molecules within the process of this quarter, such that by the end of the year, we do have all these products registered and serving the Ugandans.
The Dei Biopharma facility will be divided into 9 sections and unit operations that uphold the recommended pharmaceutical processes to ensure top-notch quality, storage, and medical safety. These include Production Building A, suitably designed for the production of all generic OSD drugs except the beta-lactam antibiotic drugs and all drugs that fall in the nutraceutical class, syrups and ointments. The GLP Laboratory Building, strategically designed for biotech, biological drugs, gene therapy, cell therapy, mRNA vaccines, cancer research, drug discovery, quality assurance and quality control. Production Building B, conveniently designed for ample filling and vial filling for all injectable drugs. The Double Deep Warehouse Building, spaciously designed to be the largest warehouse facility in the region, with cold chain technology of storage of mRNA vaccines that require negative 80 degrees Celsius. mRNA vaccine and biological drugs facility, carefully designed to produce mRNA vaccines, recombinant vaccines, cytokines, therapeutic proteins, and peptides. The Oncology Building, rationally designed for production of small molecule cancer drugs. Penicillin Building, intentionally designed for production of all drugs that fall in the penicillin class. Cephalosporins Building, categorically designed for production of all class B lactam antibiotics and Sathems. Lastly, the Virus Vaccine Facility, designed for production of all virus vaccines.
You will find that what has been lacking in Africa is the technology to make drugs. Because it's very expensive. It's very expensive to set up this campus. We are talking about the largest pharmaceutical campus on the African continent. There is no campus like this in Africa. That we can guarantee. As per consultants from WHO, from FDA who have come here, they have really appreciated our work. So, most importantly, are not the structures, but the technology that go with it.
With an enormous investment of $600 million and a 5-year projected revenue of $2 billion, the commissioning of Phase 1 of the Dei Biopharma facility is a dream come true and a big step towards its full actualization.
My word of thanks goes to our President, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, for the guidance that has led to the establishment of this. It goes to Honorable, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, with my mother, for guiding me, for educating me, for not tiring to guide me, to make sure that this dream comes to fruition. You'll find that what we've done here, any country will be proud of what we've done here. So I thank my government, I thank my people, I thank my team that we've worked with to get to the level where we are. I thank the financiers, especially Equity Bank. I thank UDB, they have also put their money here. I thank all the investors who have put their money here. And we can guarantee you, can confirm that we will not let you down. This is going to transform this country in terms of foreign exchange. We expect our revenue to exceed $2 billion by year 5. So all of that will come into the economy to create thousands of jobs for our people. And these are high-paying jobs. These are not just ordinary jobs, but high-paying jobs. So we are proud of being associated. We thank the environment. We thank everybody who has supported us. And we are proud of what we have achieved so far.
Dei Biopharma, a giant leap.
Awinyo bilo chako, awinyo bilo chako, awinyo bilo chako. Ibilu chako make panaga koki awinyo bilo chako, ibilu chako make udongia koki awinyo bilo chako, ibilu chapa make pala kula koki awinyo bilo chako, awinyo bilo chako, awinyo bilo chako, bulchadu bangage koki awinyo bilo chako.
Saya kamu the words caving.
Please stay standing for the national anthem. You may be seated. Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of East Africa Federation, Honorable Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, Right Honorable former Prime Minister John Patrick Amambabazi, Ministers of the Ministry of Health and your representatives, Minister of the Presidency, Honorable Millie Wavalanda, other ministers present, Permanent Secretaries, Members of Parliament, RDCs and local leaders present, Chiefs from the Busoga Kingdom present, they're here to my left, management and staff of Dei Biopharma, members of Equity Bank and the entire staff, ladies and gentlemen in your respective capacities, good afternoon and welcome. My name is Marcus Kwichiriza. I will be your MC today. Like is everything that is important in our lives, we start off the function by putting the event before the Lord. Your Excellency, earlier on this afternoon, we did have a service and it went very well. But to bless this particular part of the function, I'm going to ask the vicar to please come and lead us in a word of prayer, or any person from the clergy present. Thank you.
In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Almighty and loving Father, I want to thank you for this day that you have brought us here. We thank you, Lord, for the gift of our country, Uganda, for our leader who is right here, for all the people that you've gathered in this place. We thank you, Lord, for the gift of the founder and director of Biopharma, Mr. Magola, and the family, for the good idea that you gave to them to start this industry that will help support humanity and to develop our country, Uganda. We pray, Father, that you may protect him, protect his family, and indeed bless our country, Uganda. May this industry be a blessing to our country, as it will create jobs, as it will help to save lives that we have lost before. Father, we pray that you may bless all the people who have prepared this day, bless all of us who are here today, and bless each and every activity that will go on in this place. May all that we are going to do in this place give glory to your name. We make our prayer through Christ our Lord. In the name of my Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we were unable to take an actual tour, Your Excellency, but we will now have a virtual tour, which means we will go through the entire facility while watching it through our screens. And I'll ask Professor Chakulaga to please come and take us through what we shall be seeing, so that we are fully aware of what the facility has and will be doing. Again, in the interest of time, I will ask that we do this as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MC. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga, the former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for the Presidency, and Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, our distinguished guests. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this function. I'll be taking you through the facility today. Unfortunately, we have not been able to take the President around, but I'm going to direct your eyes over to the screen so that I can explain to the team here what we'll be producing in this facility. Your Excellency, we have one of our completed units in which we are going to be producing different types of medicines. This facility is going to produce all dosage forms, and what I mean is we'll be producing tablets, powders, capsules, and syrups of all different medicines that are for different diseases. So what you see here on the screen, we have what we call a granulation area. That machine is used to make powders, which we then use in our machines to make actual tablets. So on the screen you can see this is what we call a fluid bed dryer, which dries the powder before you put it on the machine to make tablets or capsules. Next, please. Your Excellency, what you see on the screen here, we have a tablet machine. This machine can make about 120,000 tablets per hour. So in a day, we can make more than 1 million tablets using this machine. So when we make the powder from the machine that I showed previously, we bring it here and compress it into what we call tablets. What you see here is just a demo of how it functions. Next, please. Your Excellency, this is a blister machine. When we make tablets, we have to package them so that they don't get spoiled. Some tablets need to be shielded from light. So this is a machine that helps us to put the tablets into blisters. So it's called a blister machine, and this one can make over 120 blisters per minute. Your Excellency, some drugs need to be packaged as powders. They don't need to be made into tablets. So what you're seeing here is a capsule filling machine. That filling machine, we get a powder and it's packaged into capsules. So this capsule machine can make over 100,000 capsules per hour. Next, please. Next. Next, please. Your Excellency, some tablets are made of chemicals that can be bitter, so they are very difficult to swallow. So there's a technology to swallow these tablets in a smooth way. So we spray a certain material onto the tablets, and that process is called coating the tablets, sometimes to add sugar, to add flavor, so that the tablets can be more palatable, especially for children, or sometimes when the tablets are so big. This machine here is called a film coating machine. So once the tablets have been made, we put it into this machine to add a layer or a coat that enables you to swallow them without them getting stuck in your throat. So this machine is very important in a production facility, and it is the process that completes the making of tablets. Next. Your Excellency, on the screen is another demonstration of how the machines have been placed inside. We have partitioning, different rooms for production of different types of medicines, because we want to avoid cross-contamination, and it is also what we call the good manufacturing practices. We segregate different products separately so that we don't mix them up. So in that room, you can see all the machines have been put in separate, units. Next. Your Excellency, when you make tablets and other types of medicines, you need to assure that they meet the standards. What you're seeing here is a machine that tests the So this machine is for testing the hardness of a tablet such that it does not disintegrate before it reaches the market. So this is one of the quality assurance machines that we have in our facility for testing the tablets once we finish making them. So thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have not been able to take you around, but this is a glimpse into what is inside this facility that is ready for production. And I thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. I'm going to ask anything that is drug related. We cannot do this in this country without the guidance of the National Drug Authority. So I'm going to ask its head, Dr. Bitecherezo, to please come and give his remarks on this amazing facility.
Your Excellency, General Yoweri Museveni, the President of Uganda, Right Honorable Amama, First Deputy Prime Minister, Right Honorable Kadaga, the Honorable Minister of Presidency, and the members of Parliament and the PS Minister of Health. Church leadership here and leadership of Dei Biopharma, led by Mr. Magora and his team, the RDC, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, it's my honor and pleasure to be here today on this occasion of commissioning Dei Biopharma Limited. I congratulate Dei Biopharma for achieving this remarkable milestone in the history of the Uganda pharmaceutical industrial journey. Your Excellency, among the key functions of the National Drug Authority, NDA, it is the control and promotion of the domestic pharmaceutical industry as a means of ensuring sustainable supply of quality essential medicines to the people of Uganda. Your Excellency, in line with the above function, NDA has been offering technical support to Dei Biopharma Limited during the establishment of its pharmaceutical manufacturing facility. This facility intends to manufacture a broad range of essential medicines that will generate a number of benefits to the country, including contributing to the sustainable local supply of affordable and quality essential medicines, thereby ensuring the population has immediate access to these medicines at affordable prices, while at the same time reducing our heavy reliance on importation of pharmaceuticals and related outflow of foreign exchange. Your Excellency, in addition, this facility will provide jobs for both skilled and casual laborers, thereby contributing to the government of Uganda's efforts of creating employment to mainly the youth of this country. Your Excellency, NDA has unreservedly promoted and supported local production of pharmaceuticals through several initiatives, including but not limited to: 1, providing technical support to local manufacturers at no cost; 2, routine GMP inspections to drive continual improvement; 3, zero taxes on importation of raw materials and equipment related to pharmaceutical sector; 3, quick market authorization of their products; 5, implementation of BUBU, that is Buy Uganda, Build Uganda policy, which you put, Your Excellency, that provides for a price competitive advantage for locally manufactured products. Your Excellency, National Drug Authority is the continental center of excellence in GMP inspections. According to NEPAT rankings, we have worked with Mr. Magora. I'm to apologize to you. He had begun the factory, we ordered him to break it because my people were not there, but he's a very wonderful person. He agreed and he broke it and he began afresh. What were we trying to achieve? Your Excellency, we did not want Magora's factory to produce any drug and it does not meet world standards. And I want to thank him in front of you that he is a very wonderful person. Your Excellency, there has been improvement in the number of licensed local manufacturing facilities. Your Excellency, I want to thank you for giving me a very hard task of overseeing this NDA. I joined at the beginning of 2017. We had 14 pharmaceutical industries in Uganda. Your Excellency, I want to report to you that as we talk now, we have 43 active pharmaceutical industries in this country. 19 human, 4 veterinary, 5 herbal, therapeutic foods, and 15 surgical instruments and appliances. Your Excellency, in the pipeline, we have 11 pharmaceutical factories also coming in, and one of which is going to be manufacturing oxygen. And NDA is at that game. Your Excellency, The authority has registered 185 conventional human products and 250 local traditional medicines, that is herbal, which will reduce on heavy reliance of foreign imported products. These numbers will grow tremendously with these upcoming facilities. We have put up a state-of-art laboratory of excellence near your house. It is about 23 stories, and this laboratory is going to be the best on the African continent in as far as testing of the drugs is concerned in this country. And Your Excellency, I know the letter has come to you, but please don't let me down. I am expecting you at NDA headquarters in January 2023. Why do I do these things? I have on several occasions attended your meetings, and I have seen you talking. Recently, when you were addressing the nation, when we were celebrating independence, I subconsciously sat on my set table in my sitting room, and my daughter accused me for having left the chair and sat on the table. So my wife asked me, I said, I am listening to this wonderful man because I want to get a glimpse of every word that you say. You said we should not eat seed, and we end up laughing at plantations without anything. Your Excellency, the National Drug Authority requests for your support in your cabinet because we want to change some small things in the NDA law so that we can reach maturity level 3, which maturity level 3 will allow our licenses by our factories to hit the world markets, and most especially the vaccines for both animals and human beings. I have come with two wonderful Ugandans. They are there. I have my executive director, plus one in charge of the inspectorate and enforcement. There are two men. Your Excellency, these men are very wonderful cadres. And I can tell you, they are NRM. There is no NEP at NDA. These are your people. Because we do what you want. Your Excellency, once again, I want to thank you for coming to be with Dei once again and us on this great occasion. And Your Excellency, we normally say at NDA that once we have safe drugs, we will save drugs. And with those remarks, Your Excellency, please, thank you so much once again. And may God bless you. I've said these things for God and my country. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Again, we will try and keep our remarks as brief as possible in the interest of time. I'd like to ask Dr. Diana Twine, the PS Ministry of Health, who will be representing the Minister and the entire Health Ministry, to give her remarks from that microphone. That one there, yes, thank you.
Let's pray. Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, the Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of East African Community, the former Prime Minister of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Minister of Presidency, Honorable members present, the Chairman of NDA, the Dei Biopharma management and the staff, the political and other religious and cultural leaders present, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, we thank you so much for creating time to be here with us as we commission this great facility that we are proud to be associated with. We want to thank you for the dream that you had for our country to come from backwardness to development. And you have consistently sung this song. And we are excited to see that many are listening and are actually implementing. We want to congratulate Dei Biopharma for having a big dream. When they came to us in the Ministry of Health and they gave us the list of the medicines they were going to manufacture, we thought this was a huge dream. But we know that even those big farmers in the world begin with a big dream. And we thank you, Dei Biopharma, for the big dream and starting this dream, and we want to believe with you and dream with you all the way until you get there. Your Excellency, the landscape of disease patterns in this country have changed. While we are looking at different epidemics coming into our country, we are also seeing quite a big rise in non-communicable diseases. And none of these medicines are manufactured in the country. Yet, they are very expensive and they are hard to get. So we want to thank Dei Biopharma that of the medicines they really want to focus on as they start manufacturing, they looked at the cancer drugs. Also other supportive treatment like monoclonal antibodies and other treatments that we get from abroad, yet they are very expensive. We want to thank Dei Biopharma for starting this facility because we know that we are going to see increase in the human resource, especially industrial pharmacists that we didn't have in the country. As you heard from the chair of NDA, we didn't have many manufacturing capacity, and therefore we didn't have many pharmacists that are mainly specializing in manufacturing. But with coming of such facility, we believe that we are going to see a huge rise in the scientists, in biotechnology, in the pharmaceutical industry manufacturing. We want to thank Dei Biopharma for being friendly and getting friends from abroad that have been able to accept to transfer technology. One of the biggest hindrances to our pharmaceutical manufacturing is the technology transfer. Even those that allow their technology to be transferred, they demand quite a lot. But we want to thank Biopharma for looking out for the meaningful friends that allowed us to transfer technology to this country. As Ministry of Health, we pledge total support. We shall walk with you until you get to your top of the dream. We shall support you in all ways. We are available, and we do believe that the sky is the limit. We thank you so much, Mzee, for allowing us to expand our wings. For us, we do believe that the future is the limit because we are seeing the opportunities. We are beginning to get a breed of Ugandans that believe that it is very possible that we can transform this country and we can build our country, and we are the solution for our country. When we had epidemics of COVID, we realized how people were selfish and they catered for themselves. And because of that, we resolved that we shall work day and night to make sure that first of all, we believe in ourselves, but also we try to support any initiative that builds the country for self-sustenance. The future is in self-sustenance. And thank you so much for that evangelism that you have talked about, and we are seeing the results coming through. Your Excellency, allow me to end here and allow me to invite the Minister for Presidency to speak to us. Thank you.
Your Excellency, President of the Republic of Uganda and National Chairman of the mighty party NRM, Retired General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of the East African Community Affairs, Mama Rebecca Litwala Kadaga, the former Right Honorable Prime Minister and former Secretary General of the NRM Party, and Mama Mbawaz, Cabinet Ministers present, Honorable Members of Parliament present, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, the Chairman, National Drug Authority, Dean of RDCs and RDC Wachiso Babas, cultural leaders and religious leaders present, other guests invited, ladies and gentlemen. Your Excellency, allow me to congratulate the directors of Dei Group Pharmaceuticals and Vaccine Production Plant for carefully listening to your gospel of promoting science, technology, and innovation, and put up this wonderful science and technology complex. Sir, you have been talking about promotion of science and technology as the driver of our economy, and some Ugandans ignored your words, while a few, like a Dei group, followed and listened to your advice, and now they have something to show to the world from this small village of Matuga. The plant you are commissioning today, Your Excellency, is a big milestone in your campaign to promote science and technology in Uganda. Sir, in December 2021, I read very malicious and damaging social media reports about Mr. Magola Dei project, indicating that he was a fake investor who lied to the president about his investment and the breaking of ground for its construction.
Think about what life could possibly be like without you.
I called Mr. Magola and his team.
I can't believe that you would believe it. Fuck all of your reasons. I lost my, you know I didn't mean it. And I see it. You run and repeat it, and I can't take it back. So
and immediately wrote a brief to you, Your Excellency. Today I'm here and I'm happy, sir, to see that Mr. Magola was able to address some of these gaps even before government came in which is a big sign that he's a very determined investor. He has proved that Ugandan business people can equally compete very well with foreigners if they listen to your advice. Your Excellency, lastly but not least, allow me, sir, to request that government supports Mr. Magola in areas that still require support, so that his pharmaceutical and vaccine production plant is promoted to global standard and it becomes a reference point for vaccine and pharmaceuticals production in the world. This is not only Magola's project, it is Uganda's brand built for generations of future Ugandans and as a wonderful gift to the people of East Africa and Africa in general. I thank you, Your Excellency, for sparing time in your very busy schedule to come and commission this factory. This is a clear fruit of your science and technology gospel. Congratulations to you, Sir Excellency. Congratulations to Mr. Magola Matthias and the Dei Group, and congratulations to all Ugandans. For God and my country, I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Allow me to take this time to ask the former Prime Minister, Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi, to please come and give his remarks. Thank you.
Your Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and all of you distinguished dignitaries and participants in this occasion, good afternoon. I would like, first of all, to welcome you all to this official opening of the project called Dei Biopharma, which is a pharmaceutical plant. I warmly congratulate Mr. Magola and all those that have worked with him in this great life-changing project of producing medicines, much of them derived from our own local materials. Its main objective is to achieve a common goal, which is improved health care for all. Mr. President, I would like to congratulate you for the role you have played in supporting this project. I know because I have been to you several times with Mr. Magola or without, in support of this project. And you have fully supported it from beginning, even in the most difficult times when it looked almost crippled. So I want to say thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, medicines have become a very important and powerful tool now more than ever in improving the health status of populations and in the long term for reducing health care costs. As a member of the board of a London-based foundation called the Brazzaville Foundation, and as a member of the board's committee on combating false drugs and other substandard medical products, I am very much aware of the fact that an ever-increasing number of diseases are successfully managed today with drug therapy, especially with the availability of more effective, more reliable, and more robust treatment options. I am also equally aware, however, that nearly 2 billion people globally lack access to essential medicines, vaccines, and medical devices. And as all of us are aware, where there is demand, there will be supply. And this vacuum is too often filled by substandard and falsified medicines, peddled by organizations searching for profit, no matter what the human cost. These organizations will care over 122,000 children under 5 years of age who die each year due to poor quality antimalarials in sub-Saharan Africa. In several African countries, falsified medicines account for between 30 and 60% of all the medical products. In the latest 4-year period, the World Health Organization received 1,500 reports of substandard or falsified products, with the largest number of reports coming from the African continent. Since the onset of COVID-19, this figure has increased, opening new challenges in supply chains with falsified vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics in circulation. More shockingly, up to 169,000 children with pneumonia may be dying each year due to falsified or substandard antibiotics or antimalarials, with 116 deaths from malaria for similar reasons in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2017, research was done and it was established that a total of 1 million people die every year. These figures I'm giving you are mainly of children, but when you add adults, the figure is 1 million. COVID-19 has amplified the urgent need for African countries to invest in effective and efficient regulation of medicines, medical products, and technologies. The ratification and establishment of the African Medicine Agency will be an essential instrument to strengthen the fight against substandard and falsified medicines and medical products, and enable all patients in Africa to have access to quality medicines that are safe and effective. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni has been, together with African colleague leaders, in the forefront to criminalize the increase and spread of these falsified and substandard medical products and establish the necessary mechanisms to safeguard their populations. The building of capacity to make available more effective and more reliable medicines is a critical step in combating this menace. This plant is a giant move, the full realization of the objective the President has, and we all support, of having Ugandans safe. Mr. President, this facility fulfills your commitment under the Lome Initiative to fighting the trafficking of substandard and falsified medicine. We wish you success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Amama Mbabazi. And to his remarks and those figures that he was referring to, I had a chat with the acting managing director, and he was giving me some numbers on the falsified medicines and how much they make. And those figures are astonishing. Maybe he'll speak about them in his remarks. I'll leave that to him. And before he comes, this facility is not a cheap facility, Your Excellency. And I'd like to ask the Chairman, Equity Bank, to please come and give his remarks as someone who has played a big role in bringing this dream to life. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, General Yoweri Museveni, Right Honorable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, Minister for the President, other cabinet ministers present, members of Parliament, Mr. Matthias Magola and family, management and staff of Dei Biopharma, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Equity Group Holdings and Equity Bank Uganda, I am pleased to be here to witness the launch of this great and transformational project. It is a major flagship project on health sector investments across the region, and indeed in the sub-Saharan Africa. Allow me, Your Excellency, to give the apologies of Dr. James Mwangi, Equity Group Managing Director and CEO, who is the architect and champion of the African Resilience and Recovery Plan, of which Dei Biopharma is one of the flagship projects. He unfortunately had traveled to Cote d'Ivoire for a meeting with development banks, and the earliest flight from that country was today morning, which made it difficult for him to make it to this important ceremony. This is a project that every other 3 months, Dr. Mwangi has visited to be updated on the progress. We appreciate and laud the government of Uganda for having taken the bold step to support a project of this magnitude, whose benefits will be felt across Africa. As Equity, we are aligned and want to contribute at the front line of impactful, large-scale projects that hold great promise on the future of Africa as the world begins its journey of building back better by cushioning against major world shocks, such as the collapse of global supply chains that were brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic. We are committed to making our contribution and support to the development and economic integration across Africa. Your Excellency, it is with this scale in mind that Equity Group is rolling out the Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan, which is anchored on 6 pillars. Pillar 1 is on food and agriculture, where we are working to capacitate, mechanize, connect and finance agricultural value chains, and have our regional blocks operate as net exporters and extractives, where the focus is to socially support, connect, capacitate, finance extracting ecosystems such that there is broader participation in extractive ecosystems, and these ecosystems will catalyze other sectors. Pillar 2 is on manufacturing and logistics, where the objective is to champion value addition of raw materials produced in food and agriculture, plus the extractives, and drive activity along domestic trade corridors. Pillar 3 is on trade and investment. The objective is to support access to new markets, drive intracontinental trade, and crowd in the requisite capital flows, capital goods, specialized skills, and technology into the region. With the disruption in global manufacturing supply chains and food production supply chains, Equity Group is championing the East African community as an alternative manufacturing and food production destination. Pillar 4 is MSMEs, where the objective is to connect the informal sector, small businesses, and smallholder farmers to formal value chains. Pillar 5 is social and environmental transformation, where the objective is to capacitate Pillar 1 and 4 with education, financial literacy, entrepreneurship, training, and ensure business is done in a more sustainable and environmentally conscious manner. This ensures smallholder farmers and MSMEs are better positioned to be connected to formal value chains. At the same time, Equity Group is supporting productivity gains with the rollout of healthcare infrastructure network, such as Equity Afya in Kenya, and which will be rolled out across the region. Pillar 6 is technology-enabled environment, whose objective is to leverage of technology to accelerate wealth creation. Equity Group has seeded the Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan with a commitment on financing capability, currently at $7 billion, and execution capacity that is differentiated by its social aging that enables the communities where all this is happening through capacity building across the entire value chains. The facility that you are launching today is a manifestation of those value chains. What we are seeing today with the establishment of Dei Biopharma manufacturing, which is one of the key flagship projects, which shows us how agriculture will provide raw material in medicinal herbs, such as artemisia, to produce artemisinin, which is used to manage malaria, a known menace in this region. We see the interlinkage between the pillars of Equity's Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan, which touch on manufacturing, then trade, and then the MSMEs in the health sector, which will become the distributors of these medicines. It is thus gratifying to note that while on one end, we know that infectious diseases are the leading causes of morbidity and mortality in Africa, Dei Biopharma presents a pace setter on how Uganda is taking the lead in a solutions-first approach. A clear recognition of how the challenges we face present great opportunities for investments, which are lessons that were reinforced for Africa during the COVID-19 pandemic. We saw some of these investments in Kenya, such as the repurposing of textile manufacturing to provide personal protective equipment. Within the health sector, the opportunities are vast, and as we continue to encourage and support local investment, we are building self-reliance within Africa through interdependency among the nations. Dei Biopharma is an inspiring example of how Africa can create its own regional manufacturing supply chains and promote regional trade to cushion itself from over-reliance on global supply chain. And as we speak of interdependency, the approach that Equity is taking is to work very closely with governments in the region to align the Equity Africa Recovery and Resilience Plan to national priorities and anchor specific sectors to respective countries. In line with this, besides this project that has made a mark in establishing a health hub in Uganda, Equity is also backing on and contributing to projects in infrastructure, such as the Mahadi project, that will utilize Lake Victoria as a logistics solution for fuel transport. Your Excellency, we are financing 4 oil barges, each with a capacity of 4.5 million liters, replacing 1,000 trucks from the Kisumu-Kampala highway, and therefore preserving our highways. We are also financing the Atiak Sugar Project, which is a part of the Holia Investment Holdings, which is converting previously conflict-prone sections in northern Uganda into productive sugarcane greenfields, giving hope to the people of the north, and especially to the youth and women. Your Excellency, on infrastructure, we are grateful for the support you extended to Equity Bank as we embarked on financing Church House, an ultramodern facility that transformed the skyline of Kampala, and which we as Equity became an anchor tenant through space taken for the headquarters of Equity Bank Uganda. In agriculture, where Uganda is richly endowed Equity will back a Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, and the British High Commission in Kampala led agriculture quality assurance, value addition and export promotion project. We are already supporting SMEs and MSMEs that are playing on the oil exploration value chain, financing contractors who are already on board for various preparative components as Uganda goes into oil extraction. Our social impact investment programs are working to ensure that youth are trained and gainfully engaged in agriculture, and cross-sectoral MSMEs that will feed into the value chains around these anchor projects. Your Excellency, Equity will continue to be a frontline supporter in other transformational flagship projects in Uganda and across the region where we operate as the economies embark on building back better by creating regional supply chains that will anchor regional trade and investments. We look forward to Dei Biopharma being one of the largest projects to bring to life the East African Common Market and the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. As this project at completion will have the capacity to produce drugs for the whole continent. It will also provide job opportunities and become a pillar of development in this region. As Dei embarks on using local herbs to spearhead production of tropical medicine, there is no doubt it will revolutionize land use in the region by creating a market for indigenous herbs, while also supporting MSMEs by providing market for various goods and services required by a manufacturer of this magnitude. Equity is glad to be leading this project and supporting entrepreneurship and economic transformation. Beyond this, it gives me a lot of pride when I look at the journey we have walked with Matthias, from an entrepreneur whom we first supported on his smaller scale projects, and having walked the journey to finance such a great ambition as we see here today at Dei Pharma. We congratulate him and thank you most sincerely for your unwavering support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Equity Bank, for not only the vision, but also to be able to live that vision and views and see Dei Biopharma come to life. And at this point, I'd like to ask the acting MD of Dei Biopharma, Mr. Benedict Mihigo, to please come and give his remarks on behalf of the entire management staff of Dei Biopharma. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Many of us refer to you as Muzei, but on behalf of Mr. Matthias Magola, allow us to call you our daddy. Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for East African Affairs, Rebecca Alitwala Kadaga, who here we refer to as Mama, the Right Honorable former Prime Minister and former Secretary General of the NRM, Mama Mbabazi, John Patrick, who has been very instrumental here and loves us and always comes around to give us advice. The Right Honorable Minister for Presidency, who, as she has said in her remarks, took interest in this project, Mama Millie Babalanda. The members of Parliament are here. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Health, who I'll say something about later. Mzee, in that tent, besides there, we have our Busoga culture leaders. They are, besides there, they are present here to support their own. The RDC and the Dean of RDCs of Wakiso District. The religious leaders are here. As you heard Mzee, we had Mass, and they've always been here to support us. The chairman, Equity Bank, who's just addressed you, and the bank secretary for UDB, who is here, as the directors of Dei Biopharma, standing here with me, and all the senior staff and staff of Dei Biopharma. The chairman, National Drug Authority, and your team that is here. Ladies and gentlemen, I stand here on behalf of Matthias Magola, who were all shocked this morning that he could not attend for reasons, Mzee, that you know. But in his big shoes, the three of us have to fit. That is how big he is. So I'm standing here with Mrs. Kellen Magola. I don't think I need to say the wife, because the name says it all. Standing beside me is Professor Hassan Chakulaga. He's based in Silicon Valley in California, and is a project advisor. He's been part of the dream from the beginning. So the three of us will represent Mr. Magola. But I will present his remarks word for word. We thank the Almighty God who has led us this far. The journey has been so rough that without God would not have made it. Thank you, Jesus, and thank you, Mother Mary. For those who know Matthias, he's a very religious person. If you want Matthias between 6 and 7, you won't get him because he's in church. How did it all start? We get questions, but how can Matthias have a dream and make it happen? And we will give the story. After Mr. Magola being admitted at Makerere University on government sponsorship, and that was his first time in a boarding school in Nsibirwa Hall, which is near Katanga, every month he was down with malaria. And at that time, they would not distinguish between normal flu and malaria. For the people in the village, what they used to call malaria was actually normal flu, which did not require medication to them. And when it comes, you would just sneeze, have a bit of headache and general body weakness, and you got dig, and within 3 days, it has cleared on its own. So for us, that is what we used to call malaria, Musuda. The drug combination they used to give by then was only quinine, Fancida or chloroquine, with several side effects. Our savior came through one of our professors, Dr. Grace Nambatia, the head of the natural chemotherapists, Minister of Health, who knew an old man who had a wonder herbal drug and who she had trained and did a lot of research on his formulation. This turned out to be the wonder drug that helped Mr. Magola and his fellow roommates, Lutaya Anthony, to overcome the malaria burden. Dr. Grace, we thank you so much for teaching us and giving us the knowledge. The old man, with his at least 200 million innovation, would however not reveal the formulation to government, because Dr. Grace Nambatia thought they could get the formulation and modernize it. So after university, me and my colleague Lutaya kept wondering if this old man died with his innovation, the world would have lost a great treasure. Meanwhile, my friend Lutaya said, let me go and work with natural chemotherapies so that we continue getting a steady supply of the drug, but also try and use only chemistry to see if we can steal the formulation, use it to get money, and compensate the old man later. But I told Lutaya, man, you bring very wonderful ideas. God bless you. He then told me that, you know, we are Christians and we are not allowed to steal. So what were we going to do? Then I told Lutaya, we shall go for confession as Catholics, because what we are trying to do is for the good of the world. Lutaya finally got a job at National Chemotherapeutics and worked there for a long time, but it was impossible to get to know the formulation. So we finally gave up. And Lutaya advised me that the only way was to look for the 200 million shillings and repay the old man. God blessed our plan and heard our prayers, and I finally got the 200 million from the mining business that I had started and paid the old man. The old man was so excited, and he revealed the formulation to me and my wife. And we are the only people who know this formulation. Who has been all behind this success? It has been you, Your Excellency, the President. Your Excellency, your vision mesmerizes all of us. When I left the university, I looked for jobs and could not find one. After doing some consultancy work for free at the Geological Survey and Mines Department under the Ministry of Energy, I saw a great potential in the mining sector that our country was sitting on unexploited. I approached one of my professors at Makerere University for a business loan of Uganda shillings 150,000 to enable me buy a prospecting mineral license from government. Once I had this license in my hand, I went to the public library at Geological Survey and Mines and reviewed all literature concerning the mining sector in Uganda. With all this information and license at hand, I went back to the professor, who was so overjoyed on seeing what I had obtained in a very short period of time. This gave me the confidence to support me with transport to traverse this country in Karamoja, Chisoro, Arua, Ntungamo, and Kabong. After identifying 3 sites, I went back to the professor and I told him I needed another loan to buy hose, hammers, axes, and chisels. The professor was puzzled at one of the best chemists in the country getting wasted. For your information, Magola has a first class in biochemistry. After some time, the professor feared that I could easily be killed because of the insecurity in Kabong by the Karamajong warriors, all by the Congolese rebels, so he feared for my life. I then said to myself, Magola, you are finished. After some time, I brought back the same proposal, but this time in a different manner. I told the professor, I kindly request you to go with me to Ntungamo. It is a very beautiful area and no insecurity whatsoever. I am very sure you will love it. Initially, he was reluctant, but after some time, he agreed to the proposal. We jumped on a bus, and after around 8 hours, we were in Ntungamo. We slept the following day. We went to see the mines deep inside the mountains. I saw in his face, he was very, very disappointed. Then he asked me, young man, how many hoes do you want? With a lot of anger, he told me, let me give you the hoe, but it is better go cultivate cassava. I then hired locals to start digging hills in search of minerals. After about a month, I got some kilos of coltan, and when I came back to Kampala, I got the market with a company called Makigem. But because I did not have capital whatsoever, little money I was getting out, I was putting it back into buying some hose and hiring more locals. I continued like this, Your Excellency. With 2 sites after 2 years, I was employing about 3,000 locals in those 2 mines. I had become a role model in the mining sector of this country. One day I asked myself, for how long will I continue using these rudimentary methods to mine? So I devised a way of how to raise money and improve my mining methods, buy machinery, and do proper mining. So I prepared all my files and went for a meeting with the Uganda Security Exchange. They asked me for the requirements, and I had none, apart from my mining license. So then one gentleman in the meeting told me, young man, continue dreaming, but it is very dangerous to dream during daytime. To cut the story short, evil people started hunting for me. For example, someone went on air and said that Magola stole a mine from Chisoro and took it to Busoga. My mining license were suspended and some cancelled without any reason. My success was now curtailed. Remember all this time, at a time when I had finalized the process of being the first Ugandan to have his company listed on the London Stock Exchange. I tried several government officers for assistance without any success. This was after I had partnered with the Indian billion-dollar conglomerate, and one of my friends in Mbarara was a very good friend of the late Muzei Lisi. Muzei, when you were here, I think in June of 2020, you mentioned that. So I went and presented my case to him and begged for the old man's assistance. When the old man saw my tears, he agreed to forward my case to you, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, upon hearing my case, you agreed to help me, and he was surprised that and you were surprised that a very young scientist who is helping find a solution for young people can be treated this way by the same government people who are supposed to assist him. And Your Excellency, you are able to help reinstate my licenses. I think that deserves a clap. Your Excellency, because of your assistance in reinstating my licenses, we are just about to recover Uganda shillings, US dollars, 300 million from Videocon. Many of you read the newspaper articles. Someone had sued Mr. Magola for recovery. We thank you, Your Excellency, for the support, that we are safe. At one time we had to hide because they had issued an illegal warrant of arrest. This is part of the case that Videocon had to pay our money because of your assistance. Your Excellency, this is what we call a leader with a vision, able to see where others cannot. Your act of kindness to a young boy whom you did not even know from Busoga will soon bring into this country US dollars 300 million. So Dei Biopharma today is investing United States dollars 600 million with the help of our partners Equity Bank, who have given us almost 100 million for the project. Chairman, thank you so much. Your Excellency, your intervention woke up UDB. And UDB has given us almost $20 million for this project. They are represented here by the bank secretary. Is she around? Yes. Thank you so much. Send our regards. Again here, credit goes to Your Excellency for capitalizing UDB, and we wish they could get even $1 billion in order to fund such projects. Your Excellency, much as we've almost raised half of the money needed for the project, we still urgently need funds to complete our campus and raise the remaining buildings as soon as possible. Your Excellency, you were here in 2021 and laid a foundation for the vaccine facility with the then Deputy President of Kenya, who is now His Excellency the President of Kenya. Online, we have our advisors, Professor Safuras Niaz, who many Ugandans who are naysayers called Jack Chan.
science, because we are making life-saving drugs.
With a 10 megawatt power plant, Dei Biopharma has a reliable source of energy, which will be complemented with solar energy in the near future, not forgetting its effluent water treatment system that protects and safeguards the environment.
We have an effluent wastewater treatment that we got from Europe. This one,
Uganda will not be able to grow enough maize, cassava, and potatoes to supply this facility. And that, Your Excellency, is a concern for the backward and forward linkages that this project has in the economy. If we need 5 million tons of maize and 5 million tons of cassava and 5 million tons of potatoes, who is mobilizing the farmers in Uganda that we can buy and have a ready market here? Your Excellency, also, when you came, we laid a foundation stone on a laboratory to support drug discovery and quality assurance. And we called it the YKTM Biotech Laboratory. Your Excellency, with great humility, allow me to tell this audience the reason. After I had been cheated and humiliated by the Indian company in the mining venture, where I told you about earlier, Your Excellency, you helped to reinstate my licenses, and I managed to resurrect. With no money, I sold all my assets and everything trying to pursue the Indian company. I could not even find money to buy food. Now, one day I heard that the Right Honorable Speaker was taking a group of young people to meet Muzei. I said, Otio, the opportunity has come for me to get a chance and meet Muzei again. At the end of the meeting, I put up my hand and Muzei asked me, young man, what is the issue? And I replied, Your Excellency, I have discovered a new malaria drug. Muzei replied, young man, I have other things to do. Your Excellency, I told you I was a chemist. Then you replied, even though, so what? You want to tell me that you went to a laboratory and mixed different chemicals to get a new malaria drug? Then I responded, it is from a plant. Muzei, you said calmly, okay, first sit down. Then you told the other people to get out. Muzei, you started engaging me directly, one-on-one, asking me very technical and scientific questions. I asked myself, Your Excellency, I'm a chemist. And I wondered whether you were a chemistry professor. How did you know so much in the field? Before I know it, you summoned your people and asked them to organize a meeting at Entebbe State House that very morning, which with more technical people. Muzei asked me whether I had a car to take me to Entebbe, and I told him I didn't. He ordered that I was to be driven in his convoy to Entebbe. When we got to Entebbe, the technical team in the field of science had reached, and Muzei introduced me to them and ordered that this great innovation should be funded by the government for the benefit of humanity. He then revealed to me that he was flying to South Africa and I had delayed him for more than 2 hours. He then revealed, at this point, I reminded him that I'm the young man whose licenses you had helped to reinstate. Then Muzei told me as a father, my son, never ever be tempted to sell off that innovation. You will have betrayed the cause of Africa. Your Excellency, I have followed your guidance and vision. And that's why, Your Excellency, Dei Biopharma is your vision. I should have sold my innovation long ago, but every time I remember your words, I can't do otherwise. I can never. Remember all the people whom Muzei had firmly directed to support this innovation. They started fighting the idea, thinking it was a wastage of resources. And of course, I couldn't access Muzei, so I gave up and started it all out with Dr. Al-Hassan Chakulaga, who is standing here, as we have already explained. It was only Muzei who had a vision where that innovation would do and saw the future, and the rest could not. We therefore decided to have this facility named Yoweri Kaguta Tibuhaburwa 7 Biotech Laboratories to honor you, Muzei, forever. Muzei, as we wait for the technology to come back on, allow me to thank the following. Mama Rebecca Alitwala Kadag, thank you for always and having supported us through. I've spoken about the chairman of Equity Bank, the UDB team, but allow me to say just a few words about the team you work with.
The effluent that come from it, we are going to be using it in gray areas. We can use it in gardening, we can use it in toilets, flushing of washrooms and all that kind of thing. We don't discharge effluent which is not as per WHO standard. We are going to make sure that we treat each and everything and even recycle our water, because the plant has been gotten from Europe, to make sure that we conform with international standards of making drugs.
Dei Biopharma strives to be Africa's largest pharmaceutical manufacturing facility and the only integrated company providing all dosage forms in all types of drugs, chemical, biological, and efficient vaccines, providing a solution that will lead research and manufacturing of traditional medicines to serve Africa and humanity.
Because of these machine is here to make sure that the perfect granules for the drugs has been made and the fluidization of the drug is dried very perfectly and give us the perfect granules which we need to for the tablet or capsule.
Africa is going for the first time to see products that they have just been dreaming about. We are going to make all essential drugs for the government and actually Africa. Most of the drugs that have been imported, we are going to be making them right here. We have more than 3,000 formulations of drugs that we're going to be making of different forms, tablets, capsules, syrups, injectables, but also different classes. Classes like generics, penicillins, oncology, cephalosporins, biological products, products like cytokines, recombinant vaccines, peptides, insulin and insulin glargine. All those biological products, we're going to be making them right here for the first time in Africa. So we've brought technology than never before.
The facility aims at taking care of the needs specific to Africa, using the most modern drugs and therapies, in addition to the essential traditional medicines that will reduce the need to import lower quality drugs.
In Africa, on average, I'm talking about WHO figures, we all import 85% of products, on average in Africa. Our import bill for medicines and drugs is almost 85%. Now, what is going to happen is that because we've now brought in the technology to make these products in Africa for the first time, and what we are setting up here, we have capacity to make
walls. That is vision. And Muzei, please don't retire. We need you. Because there are very few African leaders who see gold where there is cow dung. But you do. Thank you so much. Muzei, Magola has been antagonized. We have had pressure, including from technical agencies, putting pressure on Equity Bank to record a loan, even before the moratorium expires, to fail the project. We've suffered with clearing things, because you clear this today, the following day, another issue comes up. And we've disturbed your great cadre, John Musinguzi, the Commissioner General of URA, who is here, who is not here, I wish he was, to support us. And he has always written so many letters so that we can get exemption on these taxes. Why can't we get total exemption just like others? But you have stood really firmly with us. We had to go in hiding, you called. We were threatened with arrest, Muzei, you were there. Because you have a dream to see this entire project funded. And we thank you so much and our parliament for taking over your vision. You have always stood up against our naysayers. This project became political because the first time Ugandans heard of it, which was when Mama Rebecca Kadaga addressed it. And automatically the naysayers, those who don't understand your vision and development for this country, went after it and demonized it. Magola was called a mofere, yet he is not. Today, I want in front of you to tell them, Muswade. The project is here, the project will continue. Whatever sabotage will come Magola's way, this project will go on and we will serve and produce the medicines that require to make Africa self-reliant. Muzaya, I would also request that in the cabinet, these investments are discussed. I would love to see the Minister of Agriculture taking keen interest so that we can benefit from the forward and
especially at the end, we want to thank you so much. When no one could see that in this bush there was gold, Your Excellency, you're the one who saw it. I want to thank you so much. I want to thank you for your continued support. You have not come here once, not twice. I want to thank you for your fatherly support. No matter what happens, I want to thank you so much, Your Excellency, for the great support, for the uniqueness that you saw in Matthias. From long ago, there wasn't any sign that this young man can do this.
Which no one can see. I want to thank you so much. I want to people who are coming to here. We stand firm because the support is so strong. It keeps us moving, and we are ready to take this project to the moon. You know, these days there's the new thing is space. People are going in space. You know. So, Your Excellency, the zeal, the energy, all the power, the energy we put in this is we are going to the moon. And we are going to make Uganda shine. Your Excellency, I really speak from the bottom of my heart. I speak on behalf of Matthias. He will not sleep. If he says, I need to look for solutions. Your Excellency, we've gone through difficult situations, but I want to inform you people, you will sleep, you will not sleep, you will not sleep. So we have a great commitment, and we are strong because we have a strong foundation, which is you, Your Excellency. I want to thank you so much, Your Excellency. I want to thank you so much for the people, Your Excellency. I want to thank you so much for the people we have worked with. Sometimes maybe you don't know what is happening, but we have the support of people. Mom has been supporting Uganda Makadaka, Right Honorable Mama Mbawasi, Miri Babaranda, Miss Diana, Chairman NDA. We thank you so much. And I want to thank you in front of Your Excellency, in front of you, I want to thank them in front of you for the great support. Your Excellency, equity has become like our family members. My kids, sorry, I'd say they will have to see the president of Uganda, otherwise they will not go to school. Please go to the president, wait to the president. Please wait to the president. The Dei Biopharma staff, they are all here. Please wait to the president. So happy, Your Excellency, for the support, for the love that you have for us. And our commitment to you still stands that we are going to make you grow. Thank you so much, Your
Professor Hassan, you are our technocrat here. 3 minutes to tell us where we are quickly, because in the interest of time.
Thank you so much, MC. Your Excellency, the President of Uganda, I take this opportunity to thank you again for your unwavering support for this project. I first met you in 2020 when we came with the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga and Mr. Matthias Magola, and we met you at Nakasero. I liked your enthusiasm, and you gave us a lot of encouragement to continue this project. But perhaps I need to introduce myself a little bit. My name's Hassan Chakulaga. I was born and raised here in Uganda, but currently I work and live in the United States. I'm a scientist by training with a PhD in pharmacology and toxicology that I obtained at the University of Louisville in the United States. But before I relocated to the US, I was a lecturer at Makerere University. And that is how I came to meet Mr. Magola Matthias. When I was working at Makerere, Matthias approached me and he had an anti-malaria drug for which he wanted to have some scientific evaluation. That is how we started working together with Matthias. When I left the country and went to the US, I think Matthias had nowhere to do his work from. But then later got in touch with me, and I told him to bring the samples to the United States so that we could evaluate from there because we had better facilities. Your Excellency, perhaps the most happy person here is myself, because whereas everybody is seeing this project when there are lots of building, I think the concept for this project happened one night. We were driving with Matthias from New York to Chicago. We were taking samples that he had flown with from Uganda to the lab, which was doing analysis for us. Now, because some of these samples were in liquid form, we couldn't fly with them. We had to drive. And this is about 12 hours of driving. So Matthias asked me, because he takes Emirates to the US, which takes him, a flight from, I think, Dubai to the US is like 15 hours. So he asked me a question that, why don't we do this thing at home? Or what would it take so that we don't have to fly the samples to the US for evaluation? Because at that time, we had built a lot of connections, a lot of professional connections, and we had a lot of expertise and support. So Matthias asked me, what would it take to buy these machines and do this work at home? To be honest, I was initially mesmerized, but I believed him. Your Excellency, the rest is history, but I can only vouch for his determination, because when I designed the first facility, I I thought he was joking, but he was very serious. For over 10 years, we've been working together on this project. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm also mesmerized whenever I see the facility we have built. Your Excellency, contrary to popular beliefs, humans are only living longer now. And the evidence is glaring for everybody. Most of us here never saw our great-grandparents. And the answer is very simple. They used to live up to about 40 years. Today, humans are living for almost 80 years on average. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not magic. It's because there have been tools that have been developed to curb diseases. Now, what is surprising when we are here is that we used to ask ourselves this question with Matthias, that why is it that our people here, they're so happy driving the latest cars? When an iPhone is produced, I think the next day is on the Ugandan market. But why are we being treated with decades-old drugs? Why is it that we don't want the latest equivalent of an iPhone in healthcare? Ladies and gentlemen, one can argue that the manufacturers of these devices and medicines, they are not interested in these countries. Yes, it could be partly true, but that's not the real reason. Because why else do we have the latest cars? Why do we have the latest phones? The answer is very simple, that medicines and medical devices, they're unlike other products. They are highly regulated products. What this means is that for you to commercialize and sell a drug or a medical device, you have to assume some sort of liability or responsibility for it. Meaning, for someone to sell a drug here, they must be present here to take responsibility in case people are affected by that drug. Now, for many drug companies, this can be very costly, which means that the initiative has to come from within. It is only yourself that is willing to take on this kind of venture. So when we met several connections in the US, we found a lot of support, we found a lot of technology, we brought so many experts that are very much willing to help us establish this facility. Your Excellency, this project was founded on the belief of founding the next generation of anti-malarial drugs. This is a 200-year-old story. Like I've said it before, the first drug that was used in the clinic to treat malaria is quinine. Now, many of you don't know that quinine was discovered 200 years ago in 1820 by two French chemists. The story was someone went to South America and got malaria and fell sick. The locals prepared some concoction, treated that person, and they got cured. So they came back with those bugs, and the French isolated quinine from cinchona. Now, it took another 100 years for the Germans to modify quinine to make what you all know as chloroquine. And this was only discovered after the World War, when French soldiers discovered a stash of chloroquine in an abandoned camp of German soldiers. That's when chloroquine started being used massively, because the Germans had secretly made it for their military campaigns. Now, from 1940s, when we started using chloroquine, until the 1970s, no new drug for malaria was made, until the American-Vietnamese War. During this war, the Americans made what they call the Walter Reed Project to develop new drugs for malaria for their soldiers who are going to Vietnam. But Vietnam, being poor, they asked China to develop anti-malarial drugs for them. Now, we all know in the 1970s, China was not so advanced. But they instituted a campaign in which they screened more than 100,000 different plants. And that is how the story of artemisinin came about. It was discovered in the 70s. Yes, it was discovered in the 1970s as an anti-malaria treatment. Ladies and gentlemen, surprisingly, we are still using artemisinin-based drugs. That is more than 50 years ago. There are several lessons we learned from this, Your Excellency, that are important for this project. Number one, from the story of quinine to the story of artemisinin, there is one connecting dot, that knowledge was got from the traditional use of these plants, and they utilized science to isolate the drugs which we use up to today. Your Excellency, the other lesson is that when you look at the number of plants which the Chinese screened, they used bad science. That is the reason why around 2014, the Chinese scientist was given a Nobel Prize for discovering just one minor detail, that when you boil the artemisinin, that's why it was not working. Today we are very lucky that so many tools, we are so advanced that we can harness all this knowledge to develop the next generation of drugs. So Matthias has been pursuing this campaign of developing the next anti-malaria, and that is why, ladies and gentlemen, you see this facility here. As I conclude, Your Excellency, I want to reiterate that we are using decades-old technologies to treat people. I want to give another example which is very cunning. A disease like diabetes. When I come back home, I always see some diabetic patients, they have to get a needle and prick themselves to check their blood glucose levels, and then manually inject themselves with insulin. In the US, they can insert a small device called a continuous glucose monitor on your arm, and it costs only $200. It measures your glucose 24 hours a day. And then you can buy an insulin pump, and the quality of your life does not distinguish from a normal person. So these were the motivations. We want to bring these technologies to our people because nobody else is going to do it. And the reason is what I've said, that nobody, we have capsule fillers, we have powders, we have the state-of-the-art LISM dictates that when you do good things for people, you can make a profit. So one of the critical missions of this company is to fetch significant revenues by entering into the global market. So what we are doing is we have got technology to manufacture high-end products like monoclonal antibodies. We'll be manufacturing cytokines. We'll be making vaccines. And because we are setting up this facility to meet the stringent good manufacturing practices, our products are going to be able to enter into the global pharmaceutical markets. Your Excellency, as I finalize and conclude, I would like to thank you so much for your continued support and believing in this project. I know it is a massive undertaking on our side, but with your continued support, I would like to thank the Right Honorable Rebecca Kadaga. She really believed this project. And my first time to meet you and explain to you this project, she's the one that, brought us to you. So I really want to thank her so much because she has really believed in us. As a scientist, we are leveraging good science to make our products so that they meet the highest standards of quality. As Your Excellency, you can see, there has been a change in technology. When the pandemic happened, people asked themselves, why is it there are no vaccines for HIV or drugs that diseases that have been there for so long? Why did they develop a COVID vaccine so quickly? Ladies and gentlemen, science has changed from trial and error. Now, you first make a drug on the computer before you try it. The computer works thousands of times faster to tell you that don't waste your time on this product. This is what we are bringing here. So we are leveraging on mRNA technology, for which is the basis of making the COVID vaccines. As you see the biologics facility there, it's being built to have those processes that can incorporate what we call mRNA-based technology to produce vaccines, to produce biologics, or to produce any type of molecule. We are so happy, Your Excellency, that the era of one-size-fits-all is gone. We are now in the era of precision medicine. So we make a drug specifically for a particular individual, a particular disease. So, Your Excellency, as I finish, that facility is going to harbor that mRNA technology. Thank you so much. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, for Your Excellency, for coming and gracing this function today. Thank you.
We apologize for the time we've taken because three of us has to do what one man was supposed to do. But Muzei, it is our day. Bear with us. Let me request all of us to stand up and thank Muzei in the best way we know. You can sit. Muzei, after they've sat, Charles Aide, I'll request you to stand. That young man there from Equity Bank, we can't have enough words to thank him. Thank you so much, Charles. And Muzei, we plead, don't get tired of us. We still need you. We need to meet you. Matthias needs to have one-on-one meetings with you regularly for guidance, for support. And we know you will not forsake us. Thank you so much for accepting to come, actually for bringing your good guidance and goodwill to us, to guide us to where we want to be. With those very many words, I would like to invite Right Honorable First Deputy Prime Minister, Honorable Ritwara Kadaga, to say a few words and then invite His Excellency the President to speak to us. Thank you so much.
Your Excellency the President, Mr. Museveni, Right Honorable Mama Mbabazi, Minister for the Presidency, the Magola family, for the rest I'll stand on existing protocol, lest I make mistakes. But I'm really very proud to be here today to see how far Matthias has come. I think in this gathering, other than his parents, I'm the one who has known him longest. I think we go back more than 20 years. I first met him when he was in Senior 2 at Uzaya Secondary School in the Kamuli district, and we have walked the journey together through school, through university, through the mines, eventually to where he everybody is saying they are happy about what has happened. But believe me, there was a time when the agencies did not even have time for him. There's a time he came to me very frustrated that he has to continuously explain himself to the agencies because no one thought that an African, Ugandan, is an entrepreneur. They wanted to see a white skin. But he believed in him and supported him to commission the first consignment going to the US from this facility. I also want to thank Professor Niaz. He was also vilified. I even had to go to Parliament with his books to prove that I'm not dealing with the Wafere. But this is our country. I hope now they know that Africans are capable of doing anything, and that if you have the necessary environment, things can work. So, Excellency, I want to invite you to speak to your people and commission this great facility. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me come back. Just 1 minute. waliwo wano.
Sebo bakiyita
$1.4 trillion is taken by other people. Then from there, you go to automobiles, or kore moto. There, our Africans are not there. And so on, area by area. Africans are not there. Even the areas where we are supposed to be, like coffee. The other day at Corona, I was telling you that the business of coffee in the world is $460 billion. You can see the business of pharmaceuticals is much bigger, almost 4 times the size of the business of coffee in value. Pharmaceuticals, 1.4 trillion. Buli mwaka. Coffee, 460 billion. That's like a quarter of the other one. But even there, where we are, out of the 460 billion, Africa takes only 2.5 billion. Kati aweebuuza ensi zino za Africa zirina abakulembeze oba omuso gwako abantu abakulembeze bazirawo? It's really so annoying. People are just there putting on ties. What sort of people are these? So therefore, the NRM, from the very beginning, we told you that please, we want to build a new economy. Economy which is able to stand on its own feet. We don't want economy eyokusaka. Buli kintu kyonna kyakusaka. Importing. But you find people who say they are leaders, they don't care about that. That's why Africa has got so many problems. Jobs for the young people. Because if you are not earning even enough money from the coffee which you say you are growing, you find Germany, a country like Germany which doesn't grow any coffee, earns much more money than the whole of Africa. I will check for me how much money Germany earns from coffee, if you can, on that internet. Ensi etalima mwanyi efuna sente nyingi mu mwanyi okusinga ffe abalime mwanyi. You know, sometimes we are polite, we don't want to embarrass people, but really, we cannot go on. This time I will have to be very frank to say, So, therefore, I'm very happy when I see some people coming up, like Magora. This young man, you heard what triggered his interest. 2 things actually that triggered his interest. The first one was his own experience of chronic malaria, which he was suffering from as a young man, and how he went and was treated by a villager using our herbs here. And then he became inquisitive to follow it up. And he didn't give up. these foreigners are cheating us. I said, how? He said, you know, this use of petroleum, we should not be using petroleum. We should be using hydrogen from water, and we can get hydrogen from water. So I said, this boy is a brilliant idea. Of course, I know about hydrogen, but I had not associated it with the powering machines. So I called scientists, very, very known scientists, and I handed them the boy. I don't know what happened to him. I think somebody should look for that boy. And now recently, everybody is talking about hydrogen economy. Can you imagine? The hydrogen yekola nemwanjura eri abakulu abandi okumpi wapi obutafayo. I want somebody to look for that boy. I will ask him to look for the boy to apologize that please, very sorry. The good thing with the Christian religion, there is provision for forgiveness. It's very convenient that even at the last minute you can say, that's very good for all the sinners. Last minute salvation. So it's really, I'm not happy with this type of people. Now everybody is saying you can now use hydrogen, because, like for instance, we have been talking of using coal for iron ore to remove oxygen from, because iron ore, ferrous oxide, ferric oxide, to remove the oxygen from the iron, and you produce water. Imagine. This is the new technology. But this boy told me this almost 30 years ago. And I handed him to people whom I know who are people whom I thought would help. They never helped. So this is the story of Magora. Naye Magora yaremerawo. That's why I need to salute him, salute Magora. Now, and you heard how he was being persecuted, being denied his licenses. But he's a fighter. That's how he linked up with one of his friends, a boy who I think is a brother of one of our former commanders, Patrick Lumumba. And then that boy took him to my uncle in the village in Kashari. And my uncle we went to bury that uncle with Rebecca. She was there to bury that uncle. He died 2 years ago, 3 years ago. So this Mzee brought this boy to me. I had even forgotten what happened. So, but now you have been telling me that that's how he got back his licenses and all that and all that. Now, again now, a new war started between him and the Indians, whom he had teamed up with, who wanted to cheat they went and sold something, I don't know, it's a long story. But they left him out, so he sued them, he sued the Indian. And he got big damages. These are the ones he has been talking about, that $300 million will be brought here from that Indian man who cheated him. So really, I want to salute Magora, salute his family, his wife, and those who have been sticking with him, because this is part of the resistance movement. You resist all these bad people. You don't give up. When we were here, it was the same story. We were resisting. Because we had told, first of all, we didn't even talk to Amin. Amin, we didn't get a chance to talk to him. But the one we used to talk to was Obote. But they didn't listen. So we had to fight. Now Magora has had to fight. And others. Everybody who does something good in Africa is fought by the new colonial Africans. Buli mu Africa ageza ko kola ekyomugaso, Abafrika bali abakolera abanyunyusi bamulwanyisa. They can't see value. Ekyomugaso tebakiraba, balaba ebifu bye balaba. Bibatwala ng'ebikulu. So I salute Magora. Now he has struggled, but there are others also. There is a lady called Dr. Muranga. Germany is exporting 21 billion of coffee. Germany. Germany is earning $21 billion from coffee. The whole of Africa is earning 2.5 billion. And they grow no coffee. Africa, abali memwanyi bo bagabanako 2.5 billion. So you wonder, in season zinaba kulembeze obaki? What sort of? Zina experts? Do they have experts? What Germany is earning from coffee is almost equal to what all the third world countries, because I told you the coffee business is 460 billion. The coffee growing countries, all of them together, Brazil, Vietnam, all of them, Africa, earn 25 billion. And Germany, from coffee alone, is earning 21 billion dollars. So I am here to salute Magora and his colleagues. And as Chakuraga told you, or was it the other Mihigo, who was saying that now that we are going ahead with this pharmaceutical factory, we now need additional raw materials. Now, one of the raw materials is pharmaceutical grade starch. Kubanga empeke eyo gyomira, empeke yonna sidagala, eddagala bateekamu katono. Empeke is just starch. Starch gye bateekamu akaddagala ekatwale mu lubuto. So the starch is grown in India now. We have got a factory called Quality Chemicals here. Their drugs are still expensive. Why? Because they are using imported starch from India. Yet, from cassava here, we can make starch. And from maize. You heard about the sweeteners to sweeten the medicines. Those syrups are made from sugar. But when we say sugar, we don't mean this sugar of chai. We mean more refined sugar, pharmaceutical grade sugar. So we need to make that sugar also. There is a factory in Chinyara that is now making industrial sugar. I don't know whether that is the same as pharmaceutical grade sugar or what. Chakuraga, Ogamba Chao, Tunyonyori. Industrial grade sugar. Yenda kumzinda wari.
Your Excellency, industrial grade sugar is the one that is used in making things like bread, cakes, and the like. But pharmaceutical grade is much more pure because you have to remove any type of impurity.
Fine. Don't worry.
Yes, thank you.
So I want to assure, you know, these Ugandans are very hardworking. Abana Uganda bakozi, abombiaro bakora. So if you give them guidance, they will do it. Do you know that Uganda is the second biggest producer of bananas in the whole world? Ani alimama toki. If you there is nothing we cannot do. Okulunda, analunda. Why is Uganda not importing milk? You're not importing beef. I now built for you a factory for leather here in Kaumu. The Ugandans can do this. The problem is not the Ugandans. The problem are the leadership and the technical people. The ones who say they are technical. I don't know what they are technical in what. Technical in irrelevance. Otherwise, the Ugandans don't worry. Is it Mihigo who was worried? Don't develop blood pressure, please. The 5 million tons you are talking about of cassava. The other year, Uganda produced 5 million tons of maize. And we were consuming only 1 million tons. We had a surplus of 4 million. But it was blocked by our people, neighbors, they blocked it. So the farmers walked away. But if there is a sure market, that 5 million is nothing. They will produce it. And the Minister of Agriculture is coming in. The government is coming in. We are now, people are waking up slowly. They are waking up. The milk, why do we have so much milk here? We mobilize them. Powdered milk, liquid milk, long life milk. Everything is here. It's from your people. So therefore, I really want to congratulate and support. Support, we shall support you. I want to thank Equator Bank. Equator Bank are clever people. You know, our Kikuyu people are quite clever people. They were Mau-Maus. You know, those Kikuyus were Mau-Maus. So, they have got good spectacles to see where value is. So therefore, Equator, msijali juhudi ambayo mmeweka mtapata faida zaidi kuliko mlichoweka. Because you see what we are doing now, Ugandans, the NRM supported by these young people. Because you hear Magora now has gone into the pharmaceutical sector. Nageza ko kubuza abantu abakulu nti ekigambo sector ky'oluzungu mukitafuta mutya. Ne bangamba nti tuyinza kukitafuta nga akabondo. Kati ebyenfuna byammwe bibadde ku bubondo obutono, emwanyi, chai, etaba, ebikado, abasoga, pamba, ebintu bitono ebyo tubaddemu. Naye kati NRM ewagira abantu bano abavubuka bano ereeta sectors empya ezitaliwo. Akabondo, kamadagara, pharmaceutical sector, big economy. That's now a new economy. Magora liao, mukabondo ako akapia. Muranga, Dr. Muranga, mukabondo ka obuunga bw'amatooke, banana flour and starch. New economy. About Chira Motors, Akabondo, Keniduka, automobiles. That's a whole economy. So you can see that we are entering a totally new phase of Uganda, broadening and deepening our economic activities. So therefore, all we need here is consensus. If there is consensus among the political class and the business class and the traditional people, the cultural leaders and so on, singa fena twogera olulimi lumu nti ebyenfuna bya Uganda ebipya, a modern economy for Uganda, then we would move very fast. But the problem has been okusikanga n'omuguwa. Where did I meet Magora first? Can somebody, would mama know? No manyobu na ugana Magora, no umwaka. No gumanya. Over Mundete. So many years. So you can see how much time has been lost. And here I am, I'm not, when he came, I handed him some people to help him. Wapi, instead of helping, as Mhigo was saying, at one time they wanted to put him in jail, recently. Can you imagine? Waliwo abantu bange nabo wali awo. Kambaleke kubanga abantu bange nabo. Ebyo munyumba tebitotorwa. You know, wanting to put such a useful man in jail, imagine. Why put such a useful man in jail? Niba wakunyiza muleke the only ekirala kinabalaba na Uganda. Tebamanyi Katonda. They don't know that if people do bad things to you, but okay, you just leave them. Katonda agenda kubakolako. Barwana, bitalimu. Somebody like Magor, if he has done something, you leave him. No, you got to kumuteka mukomera. So my appeal, we are moving slowly. The NRM is there. We are strong, although we get all this lack of coordination, but slowly coordination is coming. So let's now all be unanimous in supporting point number 5 of the NRM 10 points program. Butwava musiko twaja n'ensonga 10. Ensonga y'okutaano, building an independent, integrated, self-sustaining national economy. This has been our struggle all these years. So, the only way we can make work easier for the Magoras, it's not only the Magor, there are others. There was this man, Dr. Guang, the one who of the corona medicine. Oh, entire corona. But why? The man has said that he has seen something. You check. Ata amadagala wagechinasi nange ngamanyi, because up to the age of 8 I was actually taking those herbs. I never went to hospital until the age of 8. That's when I saw my mother taking me to the hospital. And there are some drugs. I was working on with Dr. Sharaza, but he died from Bara University. And his widow was there. Then they were fighting the widow. You can't really believe. So, Katonda yebazibwe, for the sake of the people who are trying, I congratulate everybody. And it's now my pleasure. We didn't tour, don't worry, he goes, we didn't tour, but it's not necessary. We saw it here. Corona Chari war. Somebody said it was a lack of time. No, it was not a lack of time. It's that I didn't want to go into those built up areas where there are so many people. Corona. I don't have budget for Corona to be in the bed and put up my legs and be treated for Corona. If I can avoid, we have come here. We have blessed the project. We are going to support it. Omona, I had already told you to organize for Magora to come and see me next week. Let him come and we shall give him all the support. We can't fail to support this. Chira Motors, we support it 100%. Who supported Chira Motors? I don't think Chira Motors have ever taken a loan from any bank. It is the government which supported, because we were convinced it was clear. And we supported it from the beginning. 100%. So even this one, we can support it once we are, all the players are clear, especially now that the magnitude is a big one. It may end up earning more money than many of the other areas. So with these few words, I declare the what? The commissioning of what? Of the factory. Thank
you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I would request, Excellency, that you please lead the VVIP tent to the signing of this placard. So if the Right Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and the Right Honourable former Prime Minister, Minister of the Presidency, and that entire VIP tent, please join His Excellency here. Could Mrs. Kellen Magola, Mr. Benedict Mihigo, and Professor, please join His Excellency in front for that signing. Only those for now, please. Thank you. After that, Your Excellency, I will request that you also give those very same people a photo opportunity. Thank you very much. If you could please join in for a quick photo opportunity. I would also like to ask Your Excellency to please take a photo with the Magola family. So that is the children and Mrs. Magola and yourself. Mrs. Magola and your children, please join His Excellency where he is standing. Very much.
nyamwe okwakabanga embunge kankyungura lyomwe abandi nkansalanga ngolonzizo.
Thank you very much. Please get back to your seats for the national anthems as we wind up. No, clear. No, clear. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, for a successful launch. Have a safe travels back.
We sorare,